Okay, here we go. We're going to do this again. Let's see if we have something coming through here. There we go. Looks like it. So, what I've been doing in the last few minutes is getting something to eat, and then I have been looking at the arcade system, the arcade physics engine that is provided to us by Phaser, because I need to be able to um, do some arcade physics stuff. And it looks like it is going to do some of these things for me automatically. Maybe I don't think I necessarily have to do the stepping and whatnot by myself, or maybe I do. I'm a little bit unclear on that. So, um, hmm. What is the game object? So the game object is my something like the player or something? Okay, man, we'll have to figure that out. Hmm. I guess I should just focus on turning to start with, and then only after that do I worry about uh, acceleration and movement that way. So let's say, good grief, there's a lot of stuff here. 0 is right. Pi divided by 2 is down. Plus and minus pi is left. And negative. Single the angle property instead. What if I want it to gradually? Okay, I can do set in angle. Okay, so 2 times pi. So 2 is a full circle if multiplied times pi. So basically this is 0. No, it starts here. So it's 0, that. Oh boy. One radian. Okay, so let me think that through for a second. Let's take a note or two. So the idea then is that's not going to work, but it's worth trying just to see how it behaves. Okay, let's see what happens when we do that. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't additively change things. It just simply, this is fun though. Okay, that's cool. All right, so now we need to know oh, holy shit, that works so cool. Neat. Okay, I recognize that that's not that neat, but it's cool to me. Why is this not updating? Stream health seems to be fine. That's the macOS screen capture. So why is that showing? Why is this showing something completely different from what I'm seeing on screen? Screen capture is completely wrong. There. Oh, I do not like OBS sometimes. You couldn't see anything that I was doing there. Fudge. So I did all that work and nobody got to see it. Great. So now how would I accelerate in the direction of my rotation? Interesting. So I guess I just have to start getting used to flicking my eyes up there periodically and making sure it matches my screen. Because there's no other choice but make sure that this is really doing what it's supposed to be doing. I need to be able to move in a direction. I don't want to set X and Y. I want to set okay, let me get these two figures. Let's figure out these two and see if they will work once I figure out how to do hit in a direction. So Okay, we'll go with that. Set velocity, is that a thing? Or is it just making that up? Yeah, I think it's just making that up. Hmm. Okay, that's just okay. So I need the body velocity. Okay, here we go. What? Set velocity x. Why would that work? Okay. I have no idea whether that will work or not, but it's interesting. Hmm. Well, that's not changing the velocity. Hmm. Okay, so next I need to know. Okay. It's always the same. So that is not working. That's interesting. No, that should work. That should set a velocity. So the angle changes as I rotate. That's good. Wait a minute, now they're overlapping. How are they overlapping now? Oh, it is changing. Oh my God, is that slow? Okay. It's moving, just not in the direction you would expect. Hmm. Okay. So part of this then, all right. That doesn't work. Okay, so that actually is working now. Now, first problem is that the axis is not right. So the axis for this ship was effectively straight up. So I need to, okay, let's reload that real quick. All right, so this would be minus a half radian. So now it's paying attention to the direction because I adjusted for the direction of the ship when it first came into existence. Hmm. So why does that not push it in the opposite direction? Oh, it's like both aren't negative. Why? That's just doing nothing. That makes no sense. That should stop it, or at least reverse it, and it doesn't. Okay. Nope. Okay, so what have we learned? We have learned that I can use up and down to try and figure out rotation. And oh, why is it doing that? Wait a minute. It should be exactly the same. Whoopsie, that's probably why I'm having problems on that. That's what it was all along. Okay, that's fine. Here I am. I'm doing stuff. Now I need to wrap. Ooh, this is fun. Before you know it, I'll be shooting. Okay, I know. This is dorky. Oh, I'm going to have to figure out the physics of that because I don't want it to always just be overriding what was already there. It needs to know what the velocity was and add to it. Okay, that's all right. Okay, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Can you really not figure out what I want there? Good God. Is it not obvious? Replace it. This is a case where the auto supplying of stuff is not working right at all. Okay. So does my object, I bet my object has a velocity. Game objects, do game objects have a velocity x and a velocity y? No. Physics. Do bodies have a? Okay. No. Did I want you to do that? So it has a body property. That's what it's claiming. Will this work? Okay, I don't need duck play anymore. Did I accidentally close my window where I was running things? Looks like I did. History. Okay, let's figure out wrapping. Hmm. World. Hmm. Is it getting an error? Ooh. Reading body. Hmm? Oh, can't very well set that before it's dum 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 de dum dum. You're an idiot. Doesn't look like it wrapped. Why did it not wrap? Hmm. Okay, that looks like it should work. But they're doing it in the update. Ah, look at that. Okay, sorry, I'm having too much fun on this. Is this still working? Astoundingly, it is. Okay, so all I had to do was drop from 60 frames per second to 30 frames per second on the thing I'm feeding to um, YouTube, and it seems like everything now works solidly for me to be able to stream correctly. So that's good. Nobody's still watching, I'm sure. Yep, nobody gives a flip, but that's okay. I'm still doing what I'm doing. And let's see. If I watch this, let's see, how do I, there we go. Okay, so now I see, no, not exactly. My channel, live, there we go. Okay, so now I see no audio, I don't want that. And YouTube Studio. And that's not what I want. I don't want details. How do I go to that to interact with you? Oh, I have no idea. All right, doesn't matter. That's what I'm doing. I'm on here. Oh, analytics. Ah, this got me what I want. All right, so go to analytics, and then I can see the chat. So that if anyone does come in, I can interact with them. Yeehaw. All right, so let's go look at the code that we have done thus far. All right, I've done a fair amount of code in changing things and whatnot. I got rid of the preloader. We did quite a bit of changes to the game such that I now have things like rotation and velocity and ability, or acceleration, if you will, and ability to wrap around the screen. So all fundamental parts of being able to move. And so that is working. And so I'm going to go ahead and commit this. Basic player movement working. And then we will sync that. True, this is not the first draft. This is, we'll call this the second draft. So we'll create a new branch. And we will publish. Cool. Alrighty. This is kind of fun, actually. All right. So at this point, this has to be done here. Okay, we'll go with that. If they haven't hit any keys, we're just going to go return. And if they have hit keys, then we are going to use that information here. Now, technically, I'm wasting time by doing this every time an update occurs. But let's see, why does it think that? So I can't say that I like this all being alerted on. Why would the player ship be undefined? Because I said it could be up here. Make sure that all still works like it should. Should all still work like a champ. All right. So happy. Okay, that's good. All right, so now let's make sure everything's still showing correctly. It looks like it is. All right, so now then we now aren't getting like a slew of errors. Now, what if we have some shots? So, and then we can set up collisions. Okay, that's a good idea. All right, so the next thing, okay, so there's a couple of directions we could go in. All right, so there's a whole bunch of different ways we could go, but the thing that I think we probably need to do the most is let's make sure I'm not getting a bunch of background noise. Doesn't look great. All right, so my microphone is fairly sensitive to me from this direction, but it's not picking up anything in that direction, which is nice because the dryer is going at the moment in another room. Alrighty, so what I need to do is have what should I do? I could now I'm curious if it's going to correctly. Yeah, so if it's visible, it moves it over right away. So I could go in the direction of the controller. I can say, okay, I'm going to connect this controller, and then I'm going to use this to do the rotation and movement and all that stuff, which that's one option. Another option is I say, okay, let's start allowing shooting, and then I have to track additional bodies, and those bodies have their own velocities. They don't necessarily have a rotation, but they've got a velocity, and so they're moving on their own, which then takes me in the direction of, okay, can I allow those objects, those other objects, the shots, and even actually these two objects, they should be able to collide with one another. And so I could do collision, and in fact, I could do collision just from those two objects alone, and in the game if you lose your life, or let you do it X number of times. Okay, so let's do collision, and then we'll worry about maybe adding some objects with other collisions. All right. Mm. Oh. Hmm. Okay, so collision. All right, so add a collider. Oh, so we add a collider between the objects. Okay, all right. All right, so we're going to add a function here called reset. And reset. Okay. So then we will call reset. Ah, okay. That's interesting. So it's suggesting doing it using an arrow function as the callback, and then that automatically. Interesting. Will this work? Let's find out. And sure enough, look at that. The two collided, and it immediately noticed that there was a collision. And it's not resetting the rotation. So let's reset the rotation. Let's do that for both of them. Make sure that it gets reset properly. Bonk. Bonk. And we reset. Cool. That's kind of fun. All right, so that has a collision that is happening now. And so we could actually say once it has happened 3 times or whatever, we could make that just automatically go to the end. So that is a possibility there. So now, what would fire be? Fire, we'll just say fire is spacebar. sure I understand why I even needed the cursor keys in the first place. So let's look at interesting. So this allows me to create a specific key. So now we need a new thing that is going to become our shots. Okay, let's see. This can be our... Actually, this is going to be way easier to look at if I'm not trying to do it through VS Code, or it isn't really VS Code. It's anti-gravity, but the same idea. So what we're going to do is reveal this in Finder and bring this puppy down here. So all of these are different, basically thruster patterns or something like that. There's a shield, which I can't see anything. Stars. Okay, so lasers. Okay. All right, so let's say we've got a laser green. One of these laser greens, right? I kind of like that. Laser green 9. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy the name, all right, and then we're going to do, what directory is that in? That is in ping lasers, okay. So let's go back to where we're loading all of the various pieces. Okay, so I don't need the size of these anymore necessarily. I can just load them, all right, so that's good. And then we add a new one, which is const lasers. Okay, and I was logging these because I was trying to find dimensions in them, but I don't need those dimensions anymore. And actually, I don't need variables for these various things anymore because they actually get references simply from the names right here. So we're going to remove the, whoop. Okay, so that takes care of those coming into existence. And now if I come over here to the game, let's make sure this is all still working. It looks like it is. Let's see. Any more problems with streaming? Doesn't look like it. Excellent connection. Okay, so this is all still working well. That makes me happy. Average view duration 10 seconds. Ooh boy. People do not like this material. So this basically says, okay, that's interesting. It just basically says it's going to lay one down without actually moving it in any way. So let's just see what that looks like. It's probably just going to look like it's pooping out lasers as we move around. Yeah. Okay, so that's definitely not what we want. But now let's say, how do we keep it from doing too many of those? Let's think about this. Okay, so that part's right. Now it needs a direction. Or it needs a velocity. Okay. Okay. But that's not right because what it really needs to do is go off in the direction. That's really slow. That's more like it. In fact, let's make that even more. This is getting to be kind of fun. Okay. So now that we've got this working, let's create another overlap. Well, in this case, it's going to be with the laser in the enemy ship. And that will also cause a reset. Now, obviously, we're not differentiating between different reasons that the game ended and all that kind of stuff. But anyway. Hmm. Hmm. Not quite what I want. getting too many events, and I don't want that. I'm not really planning on doing asteroids, so I don't think I'm going to need any meteors. All right, let me think about this a second. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, so that one thing I'm noticing immediately is that when the collision occurs, what gets passed to this? So does the callback get the pieces that we invoked? So if I go to the API stuff, I want to just read this stuff. Physics, arcade, collision, line callback. Yep, it gets object 1 and 2. So since that gets that, I can do so that automatically takes out the laser out of existence anytime it hits it. So that's good. So also, this could be an opportunity for us to blow up the enemy ship. whenever there's a collision there. Hmm. Okay, just for the sake of grins, let's see. Let's come back over here. Oh, that's going to be a hard way to look at things. Let's not do that. Let's go with damage. Okay. What about enemy damage? Hmm. Interesting. Okay, let's go look at the one I used for the enemy. Enemy ship is enemy black one. Let's look at enemy black one. Okay, so it's that cockpit of those two pieces. Nope, that's not gonna help me. Okay. All right, let's look at the pieces that we would need to equate to that. Cockpit. There's literally no cockpits yellow or really? Why would you do that? So that is cockpit red one together with nope. Nope. That one. Wing 7. So I could take that one. Ooh, okay. established that this was cockpit blue one. Why is that no longer working the way it was? Interesting. Okay, what other pieces have we got we could use for destroying this? Power-ups? Oh, these are cute. Oh, I love this. I never knew this was here. Okay, so I will definitely make use of that. Oh, that's cute. So I could use those to say how many lives I've got. Okay. So my idea would be that initially, make sure everything's still working here. I need to stand. I'm tired of sitting. Okay, so I've been at this since 8 a.m. So we are at 6 hours. Oh, doggy. So I think I begin to see how you would kind of craft a game like this. Initially, you're kind of piecing together all the little bits and pieces that make up the physics, the user interactions, the whatever. And then later on, if you're smart, you go back in and you refine that to strip down all the places that you did things so that you don't repeat code and to repeat logic and try and abstract this out to where um, something like saying, "Oh, the enemy ship now explodes," or "My ship explodes," or "Both explode," or whatever, are all nicely contained in little things that display the correct animation and trigger the right reset, and etc. And so initially, this could turn into absolute soup, but ideally, someplace down the line, you rewrite this stuff. Oh boy. Yeah, I kind of like this. So actually, you could use Redux even in a situation like this, um, and still use the physics system that is provided to us uh, by Phaser. Okay, this isn't bad at all. All right, my stream is nice and healthy. I don't know how much longer I'm going to do this streaming wise. Maybe when I hit 8 or 12 hours, somewhere in there, I'm going to call it a day on the streaming portion of things. But this is pretty neat so far. I think I'm beginning to like this quite a bit. Now, I don't think the documentation is quite what I like. I end up having to flip back and forth frequently between overviews that aren't really great overviews and examples and an API documentation that is there, but it is not particularly friendly to explaining stuff. So it's okay. It's all right. I feel like down the road I may want to make each one of these like a callback that happens when the cursor when the key gets pressed. And spacebar is definitely not working the way we want it to because it's letting I guess too many things happen at once. All right, let's see where we sit. See, that's not one, that's several. Hmm. So I don't like the way. Um, Okay. All right, so what's the best thing to do now? We are doing some shooting, we are doing some movement. Okay, maybe sound. Let's try sound. What does that look? Sorry about that. Loading audio files. Okay. What's the xhr settings? Key URLs. Oh, okay. So I don't need to worry about that. Interesting. So you can actually keep it in your code instead of being in a separate file. I don't know why you would ever want to do that, but you could. Play a sound. Okay, let's do this. Okay, now I recognize that this all just made up nonsense. So let's go find the actual files that we want. Oh, those were not part of this directory. Okay, so we're going to go find the right place. What is the sprite sheet? Oh, the sprite sheet's just everything all glommed together into one thing. Okay, all right. I don't think I need to do that right now. And then these are just vector versions of the same thing. Yeah, okay, so I can go ahead and pull that in vector version if I wanted to, but actually they're high enough resolution as pings right now that I can use them. Okay, so let's go to here. Let's go find the bits and pieces I was using earlier. Okay, and then don't need this. All right, so let's go back to our old friend, the Kinney game assets. So we're gonna do we've got sci-fi sounds. I think that's the one I wanted. Okay, that's funny. That's annoying. I like that one. Oh, that's maybe even better. I like that one. Explosion. Okay, so let's grab sci-fi sounds, copy this, put it into our assets. Can't paste that. Why can I not paste that exactly? Nope, just not going to let me do it. All right, so we're going to go to Reveal in Finder, and now we're going to paste it. Yep, that worked. Don't know why I couldn't do that from in there, but I could. All right, so now I've got. All right, so I've got sci-fi sounds, and now you cut that short. Interesting. I have to think about how to do that. So I've got all of these different explosions and things. Let's copy this one. Just go with this one for the laser. Oh, that didn't work well. Okay. Well, I'll say one thing positive and or negative for the anti-gravity when it is correcting you on stuff, or not correcting you, when it is providing autocomplete for you. If you tell it you do not like what it did in any way, it has a tendency to just say, okay, I'm done. You do whatever you're going to do, and I'm going to back off. And a lot of them don't. So I'm trying to figure out if I like that better, because some of them it's kind of nice that they try more than once, and then some of them it's kind of a pain in the ass that they try more than once. So let's see. Let us do. Let's do the sound here. Okay, it sounds weird because it's firing several times when I really only want it to fire once. And on overlap, hmm. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Audio. Okay, let's try this then. So we're going to do that. Okay. And if it's the other kind of thing, oops. There we go, let's do that, and then we have to come up with an actual player explosion. Okay, let's figure out a different one for this. There. Okay, so now that I did that, oh, there are so many errors that happened in the past that makes that channel look like there's problems when there really aren't. Okay. Okay, that works surprisingly well, and we've got audio now. So now I still need to start thinking in terms of actual gameplay, I think. And I think I'm going to need a few minutes to take a break here in a little bit. But maybe I'll just think aloud for a little bit. So, the gist of this is I need actual gameplay is the problem. I need the other enemy ship to start taking actions. I need it to start firing off things. I need to fix my keyboard. Actually, let's start making a to-do list here. All right, so I need. All right, let's first, before we do all this, let's go ahead and check in. All right, let's go ahead and publish this and make sure that it all works. And so I pushed that up. And so if I go to GitHub, and it says millisecond route tab pushes. So we come in here and we say, yep, let's create a pull request. And you'll notice that now Copilot has come in and we see basic player movement, got rid of some type errors, and added sci-fi sounds from the Kenny library. And now it is building a preview of this using docplay like we saw earlier. And it is going to, in a few minutes, give us a preview URL where we can see that on the server. And if we want to, we can then merge that in, and the actual site out there will have this version of the game on madgameslab.com. The real one, not this local copy. And it'll have all the audio and all the video and everything, and you'll be able to move around and stuff like that. Sadly, no one has contributed any more games. I mean, any more to the sorry, any more to raising money for the nonprofit children's hospital. So it's time I took a couple of minutes to talk about Extra Life, just in case you haven't already heard about it from me earlier. Extra Life is it's a collection of nonprofit children's hospitals. It's actually the Children's Miracle Network. You probably have seen their little balloon symbol at your local grocery store or wherever people are raising money. This is nonprofit children's hospitals all trying to raise money together. And then they have several subsidiary money raising efforts throughout the year. Extra Life is one of those. It's for gamers to try and raise money for Extra Life, for the Children's Miracle Network. And that's usually video gamers, and then probably board gamers, and then after that, maybe tabletop role players, all of which play some form of game, their favorite, for 24 hours and raise money for the nonprofit children's hospitals. And I have done that for 11 years. This is my 12th. I'm not actually doing games at the moment. Obviously, I'm doing game development instead, live and in person. And then later on, when I get tired, which I'm definitely starting to get drag a little bit, I will switch over and probably do some game playing instead. And I will play probably on Board Game Arena, and I'll play a bunch of games with people to fill out the full 24-hour cycle and have raised as much as I can have raised. I will continue to try and suggest to people to kick some money in. I'd like to see it at least get to $1,000. Even better would be obviously the goal of $2,000, because that would put me close to having raised, together with you, almost $20,000 over the course of 12 years. That's not a small amount. That can help any number of families in different ways. I know that UNM Children's a couple of years ago used some of their money that they had, people had raised for them, to buy an ECMO machine. And then they promptly used that ECMO machine to save the life of a little girl who had fallen. And if you don't remember ECMO machines, they came up a bunch during COVID. In many cases, they were being used to supplant all sorts of body functions for somebody who just wasn't functioning anymore. I think it maybe can take over for the heart and the lungs. I don't even know how many different body functions, but it tries to resuscitate and sustain you for a while until you can heal up enough to be able to sustain yourself. So instead of being hooked to umpteen machines, maybe it kind of tries to do several things all at once. I don't know the details of it. I'm not a doctor. Fortunately, there are real doctors and nurses out there who are doing this stuff at nonprofit children's hospitals. And we give them some money, and it doesn't go straight into their pockets, nonprofit. It goes to do things like buy equipment, buy medicine, and hire people who are needed in order to make the hospital run. So please give for Extra Life and help all the people who deserve it. All right, so this part is pretty good. And now the question is, I don't feel like I need the controller input as much as I need to have some kind of gameplay. So what should the gameplay itself be? That's the question. So let's go look. Some of you probably saw me try and do this earlier. God knows how much of it was actually visible because of the weird stuff I was doing. But let me go over to watch later here, my list on YouTube. And come on. Well, it took a while. All right, so this is Star Castle. This was the original thing that prompted me to do this. Star Castle. You see the nifty thing there, how the various rings expand out to fill out the area. That's really cool. Anyway, so let's make this full screen because I want to be able to see it a little bit better. You probably don't care to give a flip about this, but I'm going to talk about this. In the original Star Castle, this is back from the days when you didn't necessarily have high resolution displays as a common thing. It's not like somebody was sticking a flat panel display in arcade machine. There weren't any, okay? So there were TVs in it. And there were two ways to make a TV work. One was to actually have some kind of buffer to do graphics. That was usually expensive. And then for a while, they had what were so-called vector displays, where they basically used code to hardware to control the electrons, and they would just tell it exactly where they wanted it to go lines and things on the screen. You saw such so-called vector displays like asteroids like this, and I can't remember. But there was a really big tank one where everybody looked in it, and you could sorry, it had controls like this, and it had tank style controls, and you would had a little 3D representation of a tank in it, and you would actually see the tank off in the distance, and you'd try and maneuver around and shoot the tank. It was kind of a futuristic tank. That was also the same style vector display. There wasn't actually any color here. So since most of these vector games couldn't really do color, if they were coming directly onto the screen to make color work, and that is. Instead, what they did was they did a color overlay, and so in the center portion of this display, there were actually little colored areas, colored rings for the red, the orange, and yellow. And then everything else out of that was blue. And so it was just a color acetate that had been laid over the screen so that when they did do the vector graphics, you actually saw these elements in color, because otherwise they would have looked like asteroids did and everything had been white. And since everything could be anywhere on the screen in asteroids, there wasn't anything to prevent it. There wasn't any way to do color over asteroids. You couldn't. So it just had to all be white. But anyway, you don't care about any of that stuff. Let me go back here. So as I observed a minute ago, what's missing is well, there's thrusting. We don't have. So let's make a set up. Just like if we were going to try and make this, just like Star Castle. We don't have shields. No background sound. So if I had the drones, if I had the shields, if I had the enemy turning and throwing, weird here is this is so small you can't even see the shots taking place. You can hear them, you can hear the user firing. That is the user firing, and the shots are, I guess, so small that they don't show up on screen. So there's also animation, explosions. Alright, so I came up with shields, background sound, enemy doesn't fire on the player, enemy drones. Turn off the open sound enemy. Lives, score, or animations for explosions. Wow. Does that seem like a lot? Now let's look at Yar's Revenge. I actually don't know too much about this game. So there's some kind of thing in the middle of the screen. This is trying to shoot. That was what you getting a shot off. Shooting to destroy the shield. That thing connects with you as soon as it destroys it. understand something. Yar's Ridge. Show me something about Yar's Ridge. Okay, this is the game we were playing. That we were watching being played a minute ago. All right. So the Zorlon cannon. Oh god, this is bad. Okay, so we've got the Zorlon cannon. We've got the energy missile, Quotile, shield, Yar, neutral zone. All right, let's see. What did they do? All right, so we've got so you fly Yar. Okay, that makes sense. You have an energy missile. That's what you shoot, and it removes parts of the shield. The Quotile is a laser-base-like object on the right side behind the shield. The shield is protecting it. Cells are the pieces of the shield. Destroyer missile. Guided missiles put out by Quotile. Okay, so those are. Do we see the guided missiles? Destroyer missiles here? That's not in that picture. No example. Oh, that's a destroyer missile. Destroyer missiles and swirls. Okay, so destroyer missiles. Guided missiles put out by Quotile to destroy Yars. Zorlon cannon. That is the one we fire from over here. The swirl is a whirling pinwheel fired by the Quotile to destroy Yars. The neutral zone. When in the zone, a Yar cannot operate fire commands and cannot be harmed by destroyer missiles. However, the Yar can be destroyed by a swirl in the zone. Ooh, interesting. Okay, that's different. So the little guided missiles can't destroy you, but the swirl can, and you can't fire when you're in the neutral zone. All right. So, break a path through the shield and destroy the Quotile with a blast from the Zorlon cannon. The secondary objective is to score as many points as possible. The shield is the red area in front of the Quotile base. Appears in one of two shapes, as an arch or a shifting rectangle. It's made of cells. The Yar Scout can destroy these cells by firing at them with energy missiles from any location on the playfield or by devouring them on direct contact. Oh, so it does eat them too. Okay. Zorlon can be used to demolish cells, but this is a waste of a powerful weapon. Note, to learn how to control the Yar and other aspects of the game, be sure to read Section 3 using the controllers. Okay. Once a path has been cleared through the shield, the Zorlon cannon must be used to destroy the Quotile. To call up the cannon, the Yar can either eat a cell or run over the Quotile. Interesting. The Zorlon cannon appears on the left side of the playfield and moves in a direct line with the Yar. This means the Yar is in its line of fire. It is important, therefore, to aim the cannon at the Quotile, fire it, and fly out of the way fast. Oh, how very odd. Okay. Quotile shoots off destroyer missiles and swirls. Destroyer missiles come in a more or less constant stream, one at a time. The Yar must do his best to dodge them. Periodically, the Quotile transforms into a swirl. The swirl lines up. Sorry, I'm going to check my analytics for just a second, see if anybody's bothered to join. Nope. swirl winds up and rushes off after the yar. The swirl can be destroyed with the Zorlon cannon by hitting it either in its base location or in mid-air. Becomes increasingly dangerous. And so actually that's a good point. Increasing difficulty. That is another aspect to this. Okay, all right, so glittering path down the center of the screen is the neutral zone. This area will protect the Yar from destroyer missiles, but not from swirls. While in the neutral zone, a Yar cannot fire any energy missiles of his own. When a Yar is hit by a destroyer missile, a swirl, or his own Zorlon cannon, he dies. Each player has 4 Yars turns to play in a game. Additional Yars can be earned. See scoring using controllers. Okay, so now I'm curious. All right, I bet Yar's Revenge online. I thought so. All right, so let's do. Okay, first off, let me get this. I think I have to do this, right? All right. Okay, so that just connected me to here. So now I have can I make this bigger? Yeah, I definitely want to make this bigger. Okay. Okay, so this is muted. How do I make it not muted? I didn't make it not muted. Oh, maybe it's not muted. Maybe it's just because I haven't started the game yet. Okay, played that enough. I will come back and play that some more because that is a lot of fun. But so that gives me an idea of what their version of Star Castle was. So let me turn off my controller. Anyway, if you're curious, by the way, obviously I have a Mac. I'm sure you figured that out already. And the controller that I'm using in this case is the 8-bit Do, 8-bit Do. I don't know how you say that. This is a Pro 2. It is quite happy on the A setting to talk to my Apple. Apple sees it as just another, like, was it Game Shock 4 controller or something like that? It said it was DualShock 4 wireless controller is what it thinks it is, and it worked great. So one of these puppies costs you, I don't know, maybe $30. Any of the 8-bit Do stuff, 8-bit Do, they work great with Apple. So now I'm tempted to say I actually want to add controller capability to my thing, even though I haven't actually added any gameplay yet. First of all, I'm going to do two things. One is I'm going to save off this to here, and I'm going to save off, nope, not that. Click the right place, John. Click that and save that off too. So I'm not going to have those right this second, but I will have them around for later. All right, now I want device. No. Input. Hmm. Oh, these are game objects. No, that's not what I want. I want input gamepad true. Okay, let's go see if we can make that happen. That's not in here. Nope. Think again, John. That is over in this page here. Now, I'm not doing touch yet because I don't really know how to do that one yet. Let's save this. And just out of curiosity, let's bring this puppy back onto functionality. Let's bring this, make this go again. Get connected. There it is. And now let's just see if I can make anything happen. If I come over here. Okay, so those are clearly read a different way. So let's figure out how we read those, and then we may need to go ahead and make some of the changes that I was wanting to make. Enable gamepad manager, all right. Get gamepads. Okay. So let's go to the game in the same place that I'm doing this here. Um, that's going to get the first gamepad right now. That's going to get us a gamepad. And then we want all right, so now let's say all right, let's just see what that looks like when we bring up the game and we bring up the console. I don't see anything. That's not good. It says I have no gamepads. Why do I have no gamepads? Hmm. Inputs, keyboard, gamepad, true. Is there something else I have to do? Gamepad's definitely there. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to resources, examples, gamepad. Gamepad, true. Does the config. Okay, so this is not trying to get a specific gamepad, it's just trying to say, let's get the one that they hit a button with. that this is not going to work. I don't know anybody would write code like this anymore in the modern era. Okay. And there we go. So let's try that again. Okay. So at least it knows that that is the gamepad. Okay, it's going to sit for a minute. I have to admit, I was very concerned that this was actually going to take much longer than, I guess I've been at this for about 7 hours. I thought I might just screw up and not be able to do much of anything in 7 hours. So the fact that I've got so much going is kind of pleasing to me. But maybe I shouldn't toot my own horn too much here and pat myself on the back, because clearly I could still really screw this up. All right, so now okay, so now I need to create functions for all of those. Okay, how do I know what? Okay, so this is a DualShock controller, so we'll say that this is an A, or I guess it'd be B. I'll say this is A down. Okay. So this, basically, we're going to say that the gamepad could absolutely be undefined. All right, what are the odds this is going to work? It is not, because it is still getting an error. Where is our error? It doesn't, because it looks like it does. Right there. Ah, because left, fire accidentally closed everything when it shouldn't have. Why are there two fires? Well, that reduced the number of errors. Why does it say input gamepad gamepad? Does that make sense? Okay, that's weird. Really? You couldn't have carried over that code? Hmm. this code is going to need some love to turn it not into just an absolute mess. Okay, that's not working. Question is why? All right, so we're going to do something you haven't seen me do a lot of, and that is go in here and set some breakpoints. And so we're going to set breakpoint right here and see if we can get it to break there. And we can. So at this point, there is a pad, which would be gamepad 2. So it tries to hook up all of those events, but it doesn't seem like it's working because none of those are translating to actions. Okay, so I must be misunderstanding how one does this part of it. Oh. Let's go look at the phaser example again. Okay. So let's structure it to be a little more like, so we're going to ignore this part then. We're going to say that this other bit is wrong for the moment. This is wrong. And now, if this dot gamepad, we don't care, we're not going to return if there's no gamepad. Boy, they didn't waste any time getting me that, did they? Okay, so my wife has just brought me my new t-shirt. Here, let me go to... I actually don't have a setup for this, so give me just a second. I'm going to make a new setup for this. I'm going to make a scene that is just camera and audio. And okay, so this is going to all right, got a new video plus audio. And so what we're going to do on video plus audio is we're going to get rid of this and this. And this. And we're going to make the video big. Make the video real big. We're going to size that. Screen. All right, and then we're going to just fix it to where it doesn't cover up the QR code. Yay! Okay, so I've successfully done that. All right, so I have a new t-shirt that just arrived today. It is this year's Extra Life shirt, and as you can see, it's got a nice little pocket thing here. No, there isn't actually a pocket, but anyway. And then it says Extra Life Give Back Game On. So this is my new t-shirt. I will probably put this on in a little while.
I suggest you do it now.
No, we're not doing that.
Take your shirt off and you put that shirt on.
No, that's we're
that
not.
Will give you some more viewers.
We're not doing viewers that way.
That will get more viewers.
No. We
just strip right down.
No, we're not doing that. She's very kind. She's not kind, but anyway, that is not something we're gonna do. So anyway, that is my new t-shirt, and that's pretty awesome. And I think, hopefully, if I did things correctly now, let's get down to the latest stuff on here. This is such a mess, I'm going to actually restart this. I'm going to clear that console, and then I'm going to run again. And then I'm going to come over here to Mad Games Lab, and we're going to remove this breakpoint, and we are going to shrink this down some because I just want to see the console, and we are going to reload. And now at this point, hopefully, oh, whoops, gotta go to this one. And, oh my God, look at that. The only one that isn't working is the A. Nothing is firing. Nope, none of the buttons on here are firing, so we're going to figure that out. But otherwise, it is working. So now we have a console not console input, but we have a controller input. So oh, because there isn't one. Haha, that explains it. If there we go, that should take care of it. And then we try again. Okay, it thinks that is A. Okay, so we successfully did controller input. I am actually going to disconnect that because I'm not really using it right this minute, but that is so neat that I managed to get that working as well. Okay, so what all have we accomplished? But how much do we need still to accomplish? Let's look at our notes and see what we were planning on doing. So we got controller input. All right, so did that. So really, the things that we need to deal with are things like shields, no background sound, enemy or music. It could be music too, or music. Enemy doesn't fire on the player. Enemy drones, lives, score, animations for explosions, increasing difficulty, and scaling to make it look nice. But probably there's a lot of things that are gonna, I'm gonna put scaling under polish because there's really just probably a huge number of polish items that you would have to do if you wanted to make this game look nice, be fun to play, etc. To where you just look at it and go, "Oh, that looks like so much fun." That is a whole category unto itself. Actually, this little ship here and this little ship here don't look that different from one another. So that's actually kind of a fun little graphic. This is, again, as I said before, AI. I apologize for using AI. I consider it only something acceptable largely for placeholder. It's not really something you want to leave in a game, but it's there and it is working. Oh boy. I think I need a break. It has been 7 hours that I'm at this now, 7.5. Let's go another 20 minutes until 4. So it will be, at that point, it'll be 8 hours. And I could do with a little break at that point. So, how do I tackle this? So, shields of whatever type we decide to do, whether they are Yar's idea of shields, which are kind of all kinds of weird, you know, blocks here or moving blocks or whatever, those are a form of shield. And then Star Castle had those little moving, rotating things. If you look at Sinistar, Sinistar doesn't actually have. We didn't talk too much about Sinistar, so actually, let's take a quick side trip and we'll look at Sinistar. Sinistar was a fun game that came a few years later. I don't actually know what year Sinistar is from. It is from 83, so it's a couple of years later than something like Star Castle. And by that point, it was pretty common to see pretty nifty looking graphics on computer, on video games. They had a buffer, they had some kind of thing to render the images. They used sprites that moved around the screen, and they had all kinds of animation. And Sinistar was one of the first ones that talked to you. So you're going to hear that when I play this. Sinistar kind of threatened you by saying, I hunger and I live. And it's a pretty frenetic game. I'm not sure I'm shooting for anything quite that frenetic. I'm shooting for something that's kind of in between like Star Castle and Sinistar. I don't want to feel so stressed out that I don't enjoy playing the game at all, which kind of Sinistar is like that. On the other hand, I don't really want, something maybe as sedate as Star Castle. Actually, now having played Yar's Revenge, I think that's kind of the level I'm shooting for, is something where there's difficult gameplay and you have to pay some attention, especially because you got something going around always trying to destroy you, and then you've got things that are shooting at you periodically, but also you're trying to concentrate on some kind of activity. Now, when you see Sinistar, you're going to go, oh, that is a lot. Let's make sure you get audio for this because you want audio on Sinistar. This is 82. So I guess you can't trust the AI nonsense on Google anymore. So you run around, you try and shoot these asteroids, and the asteroids will put out these little Cinnabons, and you want to grab, see the little sparkling thing that came out of that thing. You want to grab those, and because those are your weapons against Sinistar. And then also you got all these stupid little things that are flying around trying to destroy you. And if you shoot too much at one of these meteorites, then you'll actually destroy it. So you don't want to do that. You want to mine them and get all the Cinnabombs out of them, but not destroy them. And so the Cinnabombs you see pile up here, and they tell you how many. Okay, so I guess it's quiet until about this point. I hunger. There you go. There's this is a lot. Oh, I forgot. The other guys, you can bump into them, and you can shoot them, but they don't actually do anything except try and grab the bombs before you can get them. You get animations for destroying them, and so you're picking up Cinnabons to be able to destroy them. And then you also get these UFOs that just show up here. They can shoot them. This person's already like a million times better at this than I ever was.
Beware, I live.
Okay, so now we've got fun because since you're flowing so far, just stay away from screens bloody murder. This is not stressful. This person managed to, with a handful of bombs, I don't know how many that took, like 10 or 12, managed to destroy Sinistar. You're probably saying to yourself, that's maybe a little too really a presence in the game because of Sinister screaming his head off and all the stuff that happens in Sinister. Oh, wow. That's stressful, even to watch, okay? I don't want something necessarily as sedate as Star Castle. I'm going to kind of go to this side of the screen. I'm going to go to that side of the screen. I'm going to come back. I'm going to shoot some. That's fun. And I think it might be fun to build something at that level. Got a dog right behind me. I need to be careful when I sit down. But I think what I'm shooting for now, having actually played it, is something along the lines of Yar's Revenge. I don't know if I want to make it like Yar's Revenge is, all on one screen. You know, one side's this and the other side's that, and a neutral zone and all that other stuff. That might not be quite what I'm shooting for either, but maybe something that is like Star Castle, but maybe ramped up a little bit. So one of the things that made me think in the first place about Sinistar and Star Castle is the idea that Star Castle has this protected thing that is trying to destroy you, but manually you're trying to destroy it. You're trying to build up, but it's trying to build up. Except that in Star Castle, it really doesn't need to build up. It's already built up. It's got its shields. It's already fully constructed. If it has any reasonable shot at you, it'll take it. Sinistar is trying to construct himself, and if you wander onto the screen during the points when Sinistar is being constructed, and you know, the play area is bigger than just what you see on the screen. The play area actually goes off onto several other screens, and you can go off to there, and it shows you just the portion that you see for that. So the actual play area is much larger. It's, I don't know, maybe 6 screens, 9 screens. I'm not even sure how big it is, but it's significantly bigger. It still has a wraparound idea, but there's a larger universe than what you're seeing. If you wander onto the screen when Sinistar is being constructed, he slowly adds all these pieces as his attendants kind of assemble him and whatnot. And when he gets closer and closer, he kind of warns you, and then eventually he starts just hauling ass after you, screaming his head off, and you better have enough Cinnabons to be able to destroy him. So for whatever reason, my brain crosses over the ideas of what would it be like to have something where the thing in the middle is constructing itself, it's changing, it's maybe fairly vulnerable early on, but then it becomes more of a kick-ass thing as time goes by. And so it's a little bit Sinistar, but it's a little bit Star Castle as well. And maybe a little bit Yar's Revenge too. So maybe I should put down some thoughts when I come back from my break on what I want to build here. So let's see if I see that somebody has at least viewed this again recently. So I see, well, somebody watched it for a couple of minutes. That's something. And that was probably my wife. And there is nobody in live chat. So, oh well, that's a shame. But anyway, still hopefully interesting to somebody. And so let's go back to what we've got thus far so you can see it. And, oops, sorry. That is not the version. This is the version here. Actually, let's go ahead and deploy this too. Let's go ahead and put this in there. So added controller support. Among other things. Commit that. Sync the change. Come back over here to GitHub. And here it is. So you notice it started building again because I pushed. That's strange. Did I not push? I did push. Why does that not show here? Oh, here it is. Here's added controller support. So it is building again. Here's the preview URL that will show up here in a minute. And if we go over to DocPloy, nope, not there. That is the home of DocPloy. We'll see if we're doing a preview deployment. We are. Ooh, error deployment. Ooh, no, is it not happy? So whenever you're doing the builds, it is much more insistent on various TypeScript errors than these little test builds locally. So we will see that here in a second. What we'll do is we'll do npm run build. And when we do, it's going to scream bloody murder. There are 8 errors, it says. So let's go look and see if we can get rid of those various errors to make this where it will build up again. So, okay, so we're going to do away with this. And I recognize this is still not great. Now, why would the player ship ever not? Okay, we're going to say, okay, player ship doesn't, let's go down to here. Is that okay? Are you all right with that? No. Nope, that's not cool either. So where's it getting phaser from in the first place? It's just a namespace, and it's coming from this module? Yeah, hold on a second. Let me put this into be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I have a little problem with the TV show my wife was watching. Couldn't quite get it going. All right, so let's get going here. So, what am I working on? I am working on trying to get rid of the last of the errors here so that I can actually deploy this. It's not allowing me to do a deployment because it thinks that there are a couple of TypeScript errors at the moment, and so it won't build it. Looks like there's 4 errors. All fun. Okay. So they are all pretty much of the same nature. I think, yeah, it's all about this player ship body thing. Okay, so player ship, I have said it's going to be there at the time that it's needed. Body indicates it's a so why would it not be a valid body? It should be in a valid body. Object is possibly null. Why would that be possibly null when I said it can't be? Oh, because it says that that could be null. Okay. Hmm. Well, I guess I can just do a guard on all these. Why would the body not be there? What if I say that the body is definitely there? Because it should be there. In all of these cases, the body should already exist. Why do we still have an error here? Ah, I see. Okay, because I've now gotten rid of all of the TypeScript errors, then it will now let me put this out there and got rid of some errors. We'll commit that, we'll push it, and now at this point the builds will succeed. And so that means we can actually do a trial. No, we don't need this one just yet. Let's come back over here. So it's building again. Now in this case, I don't believe we'll have any problems, and it's been working pretty well. So I'm tempted to just go ahead and do the merge, but we will wait for this to build successfully. In the meantime, we can look at some of these different things that we need to do and maybe make ourselves a little bit of a to-do list. All right. Okay, so this is really just for the game Menace. So we'll put our to-do list in here. All right. You know what? Let's just do this like the shields. Okay, that's not important as much as enemy drones. So if I... So I'm trying to order these at the same time I'm doing them. So I want enemy fires on player. So actually, if I do this much by itself, I've got a game. It's a crappy game, but I have a game where I can use the keyboard or I can use the controller, and I can turn and I can fire at the enemy, and the enemy can fire and turn on me. So right away, I have a game. Then I have, if the enemy can have some drones, then those drones can spawn from just anywhere randomly, and they can go around and start trying to seek me out and destroy me. And then we have the shields. Okay, let's see. Player can destroy drones. Got the shields. Okay, we've got limited number of lives. All right, so that actually combines nicely with this. So those two make it a game, and they make it a game with a distinct end, beginning and end. Okay, and then scoring adds to that in the next phase by letting you keep track of how many times you destroyed the enemy versus the enemy before you got destroyed completely, before the game ended. Okay, so that is a thing. And then let's have a whole section which is polish. So, and we'll just call it polishing. That's what I called it. I'm actually fine with that. And then we got I'm starting to think that I don't need a main menu. There's no point in that yet. So maybe we remove the main menu. I don't know. It's kind of like an attract mode in a way. We could actually have an attract mode. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of that. So if you're not familiar with it already, in arcade games, there's usually an attract mode. You saw it with Sinistar, you saw it with Star Castle. When you walked up to a machine and you hadn't inserted any coins, it started trying to teach you how to play the game. And it did that by usually showing you snippets of gameplay that explained how the game played, basically. It didn't necessarily have sound. It just kind of had some stuff on screen that showed you stuff, and then it kind of got the idea across of how you played. So we need an attract mode. Okay, that would be part of the polishing. Okay. I'm not sure what the phones thing. Phones is very much question in my mind. I'm not sure that this game is a phone-friendly game. Okay, and then of course there's going to be things like all right. So is that everything I've got on my current list? Looks like it. So if I could do all of this, I would technically have a game. and not just an idea for a game. So if we made the enemy start firing on the player, and then of course, there needs to be one of the biggest polishing things is we need okay, we're going to rewrite the game to okay, all right, so that's a thing. All right, so if we had, all right, so this did successfully build. Here's the preview URL that was created automatically by the preview builds, preview deployments that DocPlay does. And we can click on here, and as you can see, it looks no different than it does today, except that if we happen to know that we can go to MNC, Menace, then we get the Menace UI. And here we can actually do stuff. And it's all working. The fact that that hit suggests that the area for hits is a little too big. I'll have to figure that out. But anyway, we saw that work, and we saw it work at Mad Games Lab preview site. And so now all that we would have to do is say, yep, that looks great to us. Let's go back to, not to there, which was, I keep hoping this is going to get better. And it hasn't yet. And I will go to GitHub, and we'll look at the pull request, and we'll say that pull request looks great. Let's go ahead and merge that and confirm that, and then we will delete the branch. And the second draft is all done. And then in a few minutes, obviously the preview deployment has been removed since the PR is gone, and now it is doing a full deploy of the real game to Mad Games Lab. Yay. All right, so great start. I don't think we need this again anytime soon. So so we got all this phaser stuff. Actually, phaser, now that I think about it, almost needs a thing all to itself, but I'm not going to mess with that right now. I'm curious what the game of the week is. Wildfires. Okay. Anyway, so DocPlay looks like it's doing its thing. Here's GitHub. Oh boy, how do I tackle this? So okay. So create has set our background color. It's set the camera up. It's set up cursors for us to be able to look at keyboard stuff, the space bar, and it has set up the gamepad so that we can get feedback from it. So we're going to say set up input keyboard and gamepad. And in fact, I think we will no, we're not going to extract that just yet. We're going to leave it where it is. Okay, now at this point, these are not right. This is just dropping both ships side by side. That is not what we want. and setting up. And we don't need this anymore. So this is actually going to happen. So we no longer want that to happen automatically. Okay, let's fix that. All right, this would throw us into game over anytime there was a collision. So let's just try that out just for the sake of argument. Come back over here. We don't have our local copy. Yep, and I had to actually shut this down earlier. Dev, there we go. Okay. And that automatically triggered the end of the game. So that is cool. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to have some idea of the number of lives. So the thing that I'm trying to get to now is there are two separate and distinct ideas here. One is that there's a game, and in that game, the game has certain rules, and the rules are like how many shots you can have, and that you've got a player ship, and how many drones the other guy has, and what happens when a shot hits a drone or the ship, all those kinds of things. And so those are really the actual menace game. So I'm going to say, just for the sake of argument, we're going to say class menace. And this is the place I'm going to put some of those game rules so that I don't have them cluttering up the scene. And the scene is really just how phaser connects to the game and triggers those actions, rules, etc. Okay? So there's a distinct difference between those two things. Like, for example, one of the things that we know is in Menace is lives. We have certain number of lives. Const lives 3. Okay? And it's saying that I don't need const anymore. That's true. I don't. So I just have lives 3. And so now I can have something that is like, what happens when player and enemy collide? And we can have a status check, which is game over. So right there, you've got some rules. We start with 3 lives. We lose a life every time there's a collision between the player and an enemy. And that decrements the number of lives. And that will trigger the end of the game. Okay? Likewise, we could have So assuming we create an instance of the game in here, now we can say something like, okay, so now this basically says every time we have a collision between the player and the enemy, then that is going to decrement our number of lives. And if the game's over, then we move to game over. Otherwise, we do a reset. And so now we will have some of that play action, but things like explosions and whatnot are not in the game. They aren't relevant to the game of Menace. Animations, all the other things that like that, those are irrelevant to how the game plays. That is isolated into this. These other things have to do with how we see it. So they're purely about the view of it. Now, this is not particularly, it's not like in Redux, everything tends to be more reactive. So, for example, I might have something that signs up to actions happen. So, like an action like this one happens, it's fed into the Redux model, and then the Redux model updates its state. And then everybody who's interested in changes to the state has subscribed to it. And so things like the game over transition and all those kinds of things, those happen kind of automatically. It's like there would be something subscribed to Menace, and it would say, oh, if the game is over, then I'm going to transition to game over. I don't have to repeat this code multiple times. So I don't have to, for example, repeat the code down somewhere else as well. If there are multiple places that might be checking that particular thing. So this says, okay, the player shot the enemy. And that automatically resets. So there could be something that looks to see if the enemy's just been destroyed. And if the enemy's just been destroyed, then, or, it's ready for a reset, then something could react to that by wiring up and saying, oh, wait, we're in a reset state. We need to reset the UI. Those kinds of things that are more reactive, that's what Redux is designed for. And probably I might choose to start using that in here as well to separate how things look and how they behave from the meat and potatoes of the interactions. So just out of curiosity, let's see if this works. So those are all resetting things the way we would expect. So I destroyed myself 3 times, and then that automatically threw me to game over exactly as it should have. But shooting him, any number just resets things. And the more I think about this, the more likely I am to want this to be some kind of Redux or something similar, because I have other things that need to react too, like Ideally, I would want something that shows the lives and the score. So anytime that state changes, something can update the screen to reflect the current state. So that's kind of tempting to do. Let's go back to our to-do. Okay, we did this. We did a crude version of that. So that's all very crude, but it's working. It's something. Now I'm tempted to say, okay, what if I add something where the enemy can fire on the player, and then maybe I'll start the two at different positions. So let's say I start the player on over here, and I start this guy in the center, and that is why do I have a message text in here, I wonder? Oh, that's a holdover from some old stuff, so let's get rid of that. I have a background color. Do I have a background? I don't think I do. Okay, so I didn't need either one of those things. Okay. So hmm. All right, let me think. So Now this should just be because they're not being used, right? Yeah, never read. So we will fix that. So now those aren't repeated. And why is it saying that's not used? Player, oh. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so it's not of that type. All right, so one of the things I meant to talk about earlier but didn't really talk that much about was lerp. I talked about the idea of lerp in that sense that any physics engine kind of handles it for you, but the idea is that one of the things that is being handled for me really nicely so that I don't have to do it myself and I don't have to do all the math is stuff like this, nice and smooth, and everything looks good, even though lots of other things are happening on this machine at the same time, right? So I'm recording video, I'm recording audio, I'm recording the screen itself. All of those things are being compressed and then streamed to YouTube so that they can have a channel for this or a video for this, and that results in when the timer is happening and Phaser is getting a chance to update the screen is not nice and uniform. So like ideally you could just figure out ahead of time. You could say, okay, I want it to be here, and then I want it to be here across this much time. And when the nice perfect intervals happen, I know exactly where it needs to be at this point and this point. And that is not reality. What really happens is that the interrupts happen very quickly, and then maybe there's a long gap, and then there's another one that happens fairly quickly, and then there's some nice ones that are right on schedule, etc. It's just all over the place. And so linear interpolation says, look at this as a time function of time. I wanted to be at this point at point zero at 0 seconds, and I wanted to be at this point 1 second. And when I need to update this to have nice and smooth motion, I need to look at how long it was since the starting point to this point so that I know exactly how much to move it. At this point, I've had a nice quick one, so I need to move it only a little bit. And now my next interval is right here, so I'm going to need to move it much further so that it looks like it's getting a nice, consistent, perfect move throughout time, even though when I got my interrupts to draw stuff, they were, just randomly selected. That is a linear interpolation. It's treating it like it's a function of time, and it's saying, I don't care when I get interrupted in here, even if I only get one thing, it'll kind of jump and be staccato, but at least it will be the correct speed. It will have gone from here to here to here. And a physics engine can also make all kinds of other choices in there too, depending on how sophisticated it is. It can say things like, is there a point there where these two objects would have crashed into each other, even though, since I'm doing sampling and I'm only moving it every so often, did I have a situation where these two objects were able to just cross on top of each other because I was looking at it at the wrong time, and so because I sampled it here and sampled it here, I didn't look at the moment in which they actually crossed, and so I missed the collision. Good physics systems can catch that and say, no, I absolutely would have had a collision between these two objects. They're supposed to hit each other if they come close enough. And simply the fact that I only sampled here on one side of the collision and over here after the collision already happened, and I missed the actual moment of the collision or when they got close enough to hit each other, I still see that those two lines are crossing and that they would have crashed at this point, and so I need to make sure that I trigger a collision. That's the kind of work that a system like this can do for you, so that you don't have to do it yourself. So if I wanted a complete Redux model where I'm handling all the movement, all of the velocity and drag and gravity and anything else that's in this arcade thing, I can do that, but it's going to be a lot more work for me to do it. So instead, I've left all of that to the physics engine, and I'm trying to just focus on things like keeping track of how many lives you get and all these other things. Will that work super well? I don't know, but hopefully it's not too bad. All right, so I said I was going to stop at 4. I'm actually probably going to stop at 5 and then take a break and try and get some dinner. And then maybe after that, I have to admit I'm a little on the tired side, so I don't know that I am going to get to a completely finished game today. I will most likely stop at that point and start trying to play some solo games and some games on Board Game Arena. I don't know if I'm going to stream all that. In fact, I probably won't. But I will talk a little bit about that before I do it, because I've got some... Turn on my lights for a second so you can see. It's getting late in the day, sorry. So just out of curiosity, you might be curious what I'm likely to play. So Board Game Arena is a place that I often go to play board games, and they have lots of great stuff. They have tons of really neat games. Everything from classics like Seven Wonders and Carcassonne and Catan and stuff like that, all the way to much more recent stuff like Galactic Cruise and you name it. In addition to that, I have some interesting solo games like this one. This is 52 Realms Adventures. This is from Postmark Games. There is in fact a Postmark game on Board Game Arena, which is I believe Voyages, and so Postmark Games makes lots of little print and play games that are pretty cool, and I'm keen to play one of these. This one uses a deck of cards, and let me show you this doesn't look that impressive until I show you the actual game sheet. So this is an actual example of a sheet that you're going to play on, and I wonder if you can see that. Anyway, you play cards out to take actions in this dungeon kind of thing to fight against monsters and all kinds of other stuff. So it's pretty neat, and it's got good reviews. So I'm keen to play that one. I own that. It costs like $1 or $2, $4. I don't remember. It's not a lot of money. And then also in that same realm is one called Dungeon Pages. This is another similar game, and it is more about dice. I think you have to use dice to do the combat in this one. And this also looks like a lot of fun. And this, again, was just a few dollars over on Print and Play Arcade, P&P Arcade. And this one I actually bought from Postmark Games on their own website. So I'm looking forward to playing both of those. Since I actually have to learn new rules for these, I'll probably play them sooner rather than later, because there will become a point at about 16 to 18 hours in where I am tired. And I am no longer ready to learn new games. I am looking to play the simplest, stupidest game that I can possibly play. So I'm out there playing Six Nimmt and stuff like that on, or Flip 7 or something like that over on Board Game Arena. I'm not learning new rules and playing new games. Anyway, so, we should have, did I ever check the mag? Yeah, I think I checked to make sure that this deployed successfully, didn't I? Yeah, I think I did. So this is all deployed and everything is working from what I can tell. And so I cannot say enough good words about deploy, and software like it. There's some other software that is starting to come into the realm that is like Docploy. In fact, it may have been there before Docploy, but it's kind of nifty to have something so simple to set up and so useful to make your projects be out there in the world and be apparently of a high level. I mean, to the end user, they see red green development. They see, so if builds don't succeed, they don't get deployed. That you get to see these what's the word I'm looking for? Preview deployments. When you do a deployment, it doesn't switch over. It doesn't go. It's not like the site goes dead and down while you're doing a deployment until it comes back up again with the new version. It's like it's on the old version and suddenly, boom, it's on the new version. All those kinds of things are really nice, especially having HTTPS for everything so that you can have accounts or have sell things or do any kinds of things where you need security. You generally want HTTPS this day and at this point in time, and you don't want to have to pay for it because HTTPS certificates are still quite expensive, and with Let's Encrypt, they don't cost anything. And so basically any site can have them, and it's no more difficult than just checking a couple of boxes on Docploy to get them. So I think that is wonderful. GitHub doesn't really cost anything anymore. If you don't want to, if you want to have private stuff and it stays private to you, and then public stuff that can be shared with a bunch of people, they accommodate both of those two things. So this one, as you can see, is private, but I can also have public ones like, let's see if I can get to, probably Paperquick. Paperquick is probably public, isn't it? Yeah. So, and then you can have ones like Paperquick that are fully public and anybody can look at them. And you can see, actually this one, oh, this is up to date. So this actually has the agents.md and it's starting to have the server and UI. So it's got the same kinds of patterns you saw over on, it's even got, all the basic same things that you saw over on Mad Games Lab. Even though this one's private, you can see a lot of that same functionality over on, and the way I'm doing things over on Paperquick. So, let's see, is there anything else? Enemy fires on player. Let's go ahead and get to a point where at least the player and the enemy are separated from one another a little bit. So probably both start on about the same. How do I know the dimensions of? That's an interesting question. So if I'm looking at can't see what this looks like. All right, so I want things to be more based on, let's do this. So how would I see the size? there's a game canvas. Okay. Okay, well, it looks like that's a thing. So there's a game canvas with okay, let's see how that works. Oh yeah. So now this is centered in the screen, which is what I want, and then this is off to one side. So now I am working off of things that are a little more based on the canvas itself and not so much hard-coded numbers, which I really hate. Okay. So now, if I collide, it resets correctly too. So that fixes that. And this doesn't exist anymore, so we're going to create a new branch. Minus third draft. Okay, I hate to call this done for today on this portion of it, but I'm getting close to just worn out for the moment. Maybe fires on player. Okay. Well, just out of curiosity, it'd be interesting to see the other guy turn towards me. So let's do that. So this is okay. Okay, so this is going to be nope. Yeah, nope. And then this should be enemy ship. There we go. Okay, so why is it not happy with this? Oh, because I didn't put the exclamation point there. Why is there not a semicolon here? Put the semicolon there. Every other piece of this code has semicolons. All right, so just to see this, there we go. So now if I come over here, it's my local copy, and I bring up the inspector, and I click here. So this says that the angle is basically 0, which is correct, because that's the angle between the two of them. And then if I move up, it goes to negative radians, positive radians, much positive radians, okay, so that implies then that if that's right, then what we can do at this point is we can say now this is just going to make it always point exactly towards me. Now, one problem is that he's pointing downwards, so he needs to have. Is that right? Nope. Now the enemy is always pointing exactly towards me. Okay, that's kind of cool. So now he could fire, but now we got to figure out things like when does he need to fire and time and stuff like that. So again, that's more in the area of rules. So we need to start figuring out. All right, I think that is it for me at the moment. Maybe I'll come back and do some more streaming later, but I think that is at least the initial thing because that is, holy smokes, only 9 hours in. So got another 15 hours of this, and I am not sure that I am ready to do all of this on screen. But it's kind of neat anyway. It's a good start. Nobody ever chatted to me, so that's a shame. But alrighty, I am going to call this first couple done and stop streaming. And